Chapter 2339. From now on you can come and go as you please, Qiuzhe said indifferently. Songing was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Qiuzhe was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves sect master. Of course this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Songing would definitely die a miserable death. Qiuzhe's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Songing, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Qiuzhe. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Qiuzhe? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fists behind Qiuzhe. Palace Lord Yihen is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley. Before Qiuzhe could speak, Ruanhongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. That old man Yihen doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Qiu is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn. Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, Indeed, Yihen refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Qiu, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley spirit array. As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Qiuzhe said indifferently, Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the southern territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This mountain valley spirit array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just the few of you? He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. What does Sect Master Shi think? Qiuzhe turned to Songing and asked. Songing pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, Yihen is a tough nut to crack. This Shi has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character. Not to mention torturing him, even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation. Oh? Sect Master Shi has such a high evaluation of Yihen? Qiuzhe looked at Songing with some surprise. Songing said sternly, He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point. That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sect's matters. Just tell me how to break the array, Qiuzhe interrupted him impatiently. Songing said, Since we can't do anything about Yihen, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else. He smiled slyly and said, Yihen and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary. Hearing this, Qiuzhe turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Songying's heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Qiuzhe suddenly smiled and said, Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jinghan grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her? Songying's expression turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Qiu's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Qiuzhe's lips curled into a mocking smile. Songing said sternly, This Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts. Ruanhongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Songing, as if they had only just realized Songying's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yihen had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king. Qiuzhe smiled faintly. The Shi will do his best. Songing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, Bring them here. In the blink of an eye, Yihen and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Songing. Their eyes turned red as they wished they could bite Songing to death. However, Songying's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are. His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Qiyu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Shursang and the others, and there was even an array-based platform beside them. Qiu Zhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment he exclaimed in a low voice, "A space array?" With his eyesight he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Qiu Zhe couldn't help but look at Shursang suspiciously. Shursang was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves Sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves Sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Qiu Zhe's gaze, Shursang smiled awkwardly. This is also the first time this Shur has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within. Qiu Zhe coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, that space array should be damaged, otherwise these people would have already escaped. Shursang hurriedly said, Palace Lord Qiu's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this. While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen Yi Hen, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yi Hen was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed and he had no strength to resist at all. Yi Hen was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. Father. Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yi Jinghan finished shouting, she glared angrily at Shursang. Let go of my father. Shursang grinned, Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do. At this point, his expression sank and he shouted in a low voice, remove the spirit array in this valley and martial uncle will spare their lives. Before Yi Jinghan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, Jinghan, you can't remove the spirit array no matter what. Shursang's face sank and he reached out to slap Yi Hen, completely imprisoning him so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan immediately cried out, don't hurt my father. Martial uncle Shur, you're also a member of Thousand Leaves Sect and the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go, I beg you. She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Shursang remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. Martial uncle also wants to save your father's life, but martial uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand. As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yi Jinghan and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, Martial niece, look carefully. Before you open that spirit array, martial uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths. As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves Sect elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes, even Ruan Hongbo and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Shursang was killing was a Thousand Leaves Sect elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Shursang didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Shursang was. Only Qiu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. Martial uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully. After Shursang killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hen, only to see Yi Hen continuously shaking her head at her. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away and Shirt Song-ing was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Shirt Song-ying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. Chapter 2340. Shirt Song-ying's bloodstained hand was currently placed on top of Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together and cultivated together. Their feelings for each other were very deep, and they had long considered each other as their other halves. However, they had yet to reach the Grand Dao, so it was not yet time for them to get married. The two of them had also secretly agreed that when they both advanced to the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask Yi Hen for her hand in marriage and get her to agree to this marriage. They believed that Yi Hen would definitely agree to it when that time came. However, Yi Jinghan never expected that before that day came, her lover would be killed right in front of her eyes. "No, Martial Uncle Sher, please don't." Yi Jinghan's body went limp as she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Shirt Song-ying's face remained cold and resolute. He remained unmoved as he said indifferently, "Undo this spirit array and we'll talk about it." Yi Jinghan was at a loss for what to do. Undoing the spirit array was equivalent to exposing Thousand Leaves sect's greatest secret to the enemy, allowing them to explore freely. However, if she did not undo it, Du Xian would immediately die from Shirt Song-ying's vicious methods. She simply did not know what to do. "Easy, ignore him. This old dog has already gone crazy." Du Xian suddenly shouted, "Even if you undo the spirit array, they won't let us go. Big brother will take his leave first. You must be well and I will definitely not let you down in my next life." As he spoke, the source chi in his body surged violently, reaching a level that he could not control in an instant. "Umph." Shirt Song-ying snorted coldly as he extended his hand and slapped Du Xian's shoulder heavily. The violent source chi was instantly silenced. Peace returned. Du Xian was dumbfounded. He could not even self-destruct in the current situation and had completely become a fish on the chopping board. On the other side, Yi Jinghan was also given a fright. She was naturally very clear about what Du Xian was trying to do just now. When she saw Shirt Song-ying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt some gratitude towards the traitor Shirt Song-ying. Du Xian would definitely self-destruct right under her nose, and Yi Jinghan was certain that she would not be able to accept such an outcome. This unforeseen event had completely crushed Yi Jinghan's psychological defenses. Even though she knew that breaking the spirit array would not end well for her, she still held on to a trace of hope in her heart. Looking at Shirt Song-ying with teary eyes, she said, "Martial uncle, I can break the spirit array, but you have to let them go. They're not from my Thousand Leaves sect, so this matter has nothing to do with them." What she was referring to. Naturally, it was Chi Yu and the others. Hearing her words, Yi Hen slowly closed her eyes. She knew that there was truly nothing she could do to reverse the situation. If Yi Jinghan continued to stand guard there, she might still have a sliver of hope. However, if she were to release the spirit array, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. However, he was unable to move. He couldn't even speak. They were powerless to stop it. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan. However, it was to no avail. Shirt Song-ying coldly replied, "Martial uncle cannot make a decision on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe said magnanimously, "All right, I'll agree to your request. You just have to obediently undo this formation." "As if I'd believe you." Hua Qingxi muttered softly. How could she not know that Qiu Zhe was just spouting nonsense? In fact, he had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Chi Yu and the others. "It's my Thousand Leaves sect that has implicated you. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while." Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, "Miss Yi, please come with us." She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Qiu Zhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Qi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Qiu Zhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Qi Yu and the others were only from the First Order Dao Source realm, while Chai Hu was only a Third Order Origin King. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Qi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Shirt Songying urged impatiently. The source chi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Qiu Zhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. "Niece Yi, you're much wiser than your father." After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go." As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array-based platform buzzed and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array-based platform emitted a dazzling light. "What?" Shirt Songying, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array-based platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Qiu Zhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array-based platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Someone was teleporting over from somewhere else. Didn't that mean that the platform was working? Who was this person and where was the platform connected to? Unlike Shirt Songying, Qiu Zhe, and the others who were at a loss, Yi Hen, who had a defeated expression, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the light and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The entrance to the sealed world had been repaired. The entrance to the sealed world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had actually been repaired today. Every generation of Thousand Leaves sect masters had taken it upon themselves to repair the entrance to the sealed world. They had exhausted all their efforts and energy, but none of them had succeeded. However, he had just witnessed the moment the entrance to the sealed world was repaired with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hen could not help but feel that even if he died, he would have no regrets. He could not help but laugh foolishly. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance would not be severed and they would have a chance to bring glory to the sect. However, when he thought of the current situation of Thousand Leaves sect and himself, Yi Hen's heart sank again. He naturally knew who had repaired the entrance to the sealed world. After all, Yang Kai was the only one who had entered during this period of time. Who else could it be but him? While he lamented that his daughter's vision was right, he also secretly regretted that the heavens did not give Thousand Leaves sect a few more days. If they had a few more days, Yi Hen was confident that he could obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. That way he would be able to control the Earth-grade puppets on the main Peaks Plaza. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves sect would not have fallen to their current state. Even if they were not a match for Qiu Zhe and the others, they would still be able to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the entrance had been repaired at this time. Now, not only was Thousand Leaves sect finished, their inheritance of tens of thousands of years would also be destroyed and fall into the hands of others. He felt that with just Yang Kai he would not be able to stop Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, two figures gradually appeared on the platform. One of them was Yang Kai, while the other was a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. This little girl's fiery red hair almost reached her ankles, flowing like a waterfall and extremely eye-catching. Not only that, she was also wearing master's clothes, which were loose and nondescript. At a glance, it was obvious that the clothes belonged to Yang Kai. However, this kind of decoration did not ruin her beauty and instead added a hint of playfulness and cuteness to her, making people reluctant to look away. This was especially true for her pink cheeks, which gave people the urge to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation before them. It was only when they smelled the faint scent of blood that Yang Kai's expression sank and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. He saw that Qi Yu and the others were all injured and were hiding on the platform. He saw that Yi Hen and Du Xian were imprisoned in place, their auras weak. He saw that Song Ying's expression was flickering as she hesitated to move forward. He saw that Luo Jin was glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He even sensed the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. Young Master Yang. When Hua Qingxi saw Yang Kai appear, she knew that her savior had arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as she smiled bitterly. If you had appeared 1 hour later, we would have been finished. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with an apprehensive expression. My Thousand Leaves sect has implicated you. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously said, take them and run. Although she had seen Yang Kai fight before and knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, there was a master from the Emperor realm here. She did not believe that Yang Kai's strength could compare to that of the Emperor realm. Hearing her words, Yang Kai retracted his gaze from Qiuzei and the corners of his mouth rose. This situation is a little complicated. Although he still did not understand how all of this had happened, it was clear at a glance who was friend and foe. Was it that guy who injured you? When Yang Kai asked this, he glanced at Qiuzei. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Dao Source realm, so there was no one else present who could injure her besides Qiuzei. Yes. Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his cultivation has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Sister Hua. Very good. Since he dared to injure my people, he's dead meat, Yang Kai sneered. When he said this, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 2341. A Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor realm. Had he lost his mind? Song Ying, Yi Hen, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Qiuzei a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Qiuzei. So, after Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. No. Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the Second Order Dao Source realm, yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Haha. Qiuzei suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life?" Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Palace Master Qiu, this guy is the one who injured your son." Is Yang Kai? Qiuzei's face sank. Even Mu Zheng of White Cloud Tower, Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Ku Tian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. "That's right, it's him," Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the City Lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, the experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiuzei didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiuzei shouted at Yang Kai as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiu Zhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiu Zhe's expression was calm and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively he said, "So you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills?" "Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiu Zhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you, but this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pills' medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Ruan Hongbo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiu Zhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiu Zhe could come up with such an idea. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time, so the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the first order Dao Source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as her aptitude wasn't too bad and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Qiu Zhe was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Qiu Yu. But when they remembered that in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first. Ruan Hongbo and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Qiu Yu, wondering how Qiu Yu would react if he learned the truth in the future. "You want to boil this young master?" Yang Kai laughed and retorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant." A cold light flashed in Qiu Zhe's eyes as he coldly snorted, "But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Qiu Zhe obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yang Kai's life or death. To him it didn't matter whether Yang Kai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yi Hen, Du Xian and the others stared at Qiu Zhe, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yen let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. Asterisk shio shio. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure flickered, and before anyone could see what was going on, that figure had returned to the array base platform. It was Yang Kai who had taken advantage of Lu Yan's attack to flash to Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others and bring them back. He was proficient in the Tao of space and caught Qiu Zhe off guard. By the time Qiu Zhe reacted, it was too late to stop him. Looking over, all the hostages and captives had been rescued by Yang Kai. Qiu Zhe's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and the little girl he had slapped to the ground. Yang Kai's cultivation in the third order Tao Source realm might be fast, but Qiu Zhe didn't put him in his eyes. However, the little girl in the nondescript clothes actually took his attack head-on. Qiu Zhe couldn't believe his eyes. Before, he couldn't sense Lu Yan's cultivation, but at that moment he clearly perceived that Lu Yan was at the peak of the Tao Source realm. Not only was Qiu Zhe in disbelief, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that the one who took Qiu Zhe's attack wasn't Yang Kai, but a 7 or 8-year-old girl. How could this little girl survive the attack of a master from the Emperor realm? Didn't she see that she had been slapped into the ground by Qiu Zhe? There was a small human-shaped crater in the ground. She was probably already smashed to pieces. In an instant, everyone cast looks of disdain at Yang Kai. Even an enemy like Ruan Hongbo disdained Yang Kai's actions. He felt that this guy had a human face but a beast's heart. He actually sent such a little girl to her death. It hurts so much. A clear child's voice mixed with monstrous anger came from the human-shaped crater. In the next moment, a small head popped out. Lu Yan's face was livid. She jumped out of the crater and patted the dirt off her body. She didn't die? Luo Jin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little thing to survive Qiuzei's attack. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't seem to have any injuries on her body. What kind of monster was this? Yi Jinghan, Hua Qingxi and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yan in a daze. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's expression changed and she asked hesitantly, "Little sister Lu Yan?" When Lu Yan attacked just now, Hua Qingxi had sensed her aura. The two of them had been cultivating in the sealed world bead with Zhang Ruoxi, so they were naturally very familiar with her. Furthermore, this little girl's demeanor and appearance were clearly 70 to 80% similar to Lu Yan's. The only difference was that she was much younger. Hua Qingxi hadn't paid much attention to this little girl before. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she didn't have time to spare. However, after realizing that this little thing might be Lu Yan, Hua Qingxi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. But, how is this possible? Lu Yan turned around and smiled sweetly at Hua Qingxi, calling out crisply, "Sister Hua. It's Lu Yan. It's definitely Lu Yan." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant as she stuttered, How did you become like this?" Lu Yan replied timidly, "Master said that he likes little girls the most. The younger they are, the more he likes them, so Huh? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he reached out to wipe it. Don't listen to her nonsense, it's complete nonsense. This time, even Qiyu and Yi Jinghan cast threatening gazes towards Yang Kai. Beast? Shameless? Scum. The three women each scolded him, each word piercing his heart, causing Yang Kai's face to turn green. Hua Qingxi coldly snorted, "You have to stay by my side in the future. Don't be alone with him. Sister Hua will protect you." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Lu Yan smiled innocently. "Are you all right? Were you injured just now?" Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Qiuzei before and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yan had been hit. "I'm very well." Lu Yan smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Qiuzei as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Qiuzei's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words." At this point, his voice turned cold and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. "Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Chapter 2342. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Yan, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man." Qiuzei was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order emperor realm corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order emperor realm master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, so he could test his strength on Qiuzei. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hen and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me?" Lu Yan suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yan got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Qiuzei's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Qiuzei from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Qiuzei or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Qiuzei, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yan, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now was obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, "How confident are you?" Lu Yan smiled coldly, 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait and see." 10 minutes. As Lu Yan spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hen was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi pondered for a while before comforting her. "Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array base platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hen could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. "Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory," Yang Kai said. Then his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Qiu Zei's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. "You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Qiu Zei's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor realm and the Dao Source realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Dao Source realm cultivator in 3 moves. He originally thought that under the suppression of his Emperor pressure, no one could move freely here, and he could do anything to anyone. But as soon as Yang Kai moved, he knew that he was wrong. There was actually a Dao Source realm cultivator in this world who could break through his Emperor pressure. The principal strength lingering around the other party was also pure and mysterious, making it difficult to grasp. Qiu Zei instantly realized that Yang Kai was definitely not an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator. Combined with Hua Qingxi's previous performance, he was even more convinced that these two were definitely from some great sect and had a foundation that others did not have. As he spoke, Qiu Zei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his Emperor pressure suddenly increased by a level. With his status as a master of the Emperor realm, it would be a joke if he allowed a Dao Source realm cultivator like Yang Kai to rush in front of him. So Qiu Zei spared no effort in this attack. In fact, it worked very quickly. As soon as he formed the seal, Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze. His calm expression turned to one of difficulty, and his movements slowed down like a ghost in an instant. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Luo Jin's expression was ferocious as he held the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand. He poured source chi into it with all his might as he shouted, "Die, you brat!" As he spoke, he viciously struck Yang Kai. He came here with Qiu Zei to take revenge on Yang Kai. He also knew that with his ability, his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim. Back in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, yet he could not fight back. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the third order, the gap between them had widened. It was even more impossible for Luo Jin to be his opponent. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Qiu Zei's power. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yang Kai was suppressed by Qiu Zei's Emperor pressure and could not display any of his strength. Once he was struck by Qiu Zei's artifact, he would definitely die. In any case, Qiu Zei did not care whether Yang Kai lived or died. As long as he took his corpse back and boiled it into a medicinal soup, Luo Jin felt that his actions would not offend him. At that moment, Luo Jin made his move without hesitation. All the shame and humiliation he had suffered at Yang Kai's hands erupted. With one strike, the void collapsed. The jade scepter seemed to contain a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rushed towards Yang Kai. The smile on Luo Jin's face grew even more ferocious. His pair of red eyes faintly showed the thrill of revenge, as if he could already see Yang Kai being killed by him in one strike. Even Qiu Zei cooperated with Luo Jin's actions at that moment. He secretly condensed his Emperor pressure and turned it into a binding force to imprison Yang Kai's movements. Hong. The jade scepter smashed down, and a black hole appeared where Yang Kai was, leaving nothing behind in a 10-meter radius. Luo Jin landed on the ground and looked at the black hole in front of him that seemed to be the mouth of a beast. He could not help but laugh out loud. Not good. Qiu Zhe shouted in a low voice as his expression changed abruptly. He had been using his emperor pressure to bind Yang Kai the entire time. The moment Luo Jin's jade scepter smashed down, he felt Yang Kai mysteriously disappear. He had no idea how Yang Kai disappeared, as if he could not grasp any trace of Yang Kai due to a moment of carelessness. There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell but you chose to throw yourself into it. The sinister voice was like a soul-stirring voice that suddenly rang out behind Luo Jin, causing his hair to stand on end and his blood to flow backward. Even the soles of his feet were cramping up. City Lord Luo, be careful. Behind you. Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others shouted in unison as they looked behind Luo Jin in horror, as if they had seen something inconceivable. A strand of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. In that instant, Luo Jin's perception was magnified infinitely, and he could clearly feel the cold and murderous intent behind him. Without any hesitation he was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his chest. His entire body froze on the spot, and the blood and origin chi that were surging through his body completely froze at this moment. His eyes widened in horror as he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see the tip of a large sword piercing through his chest. The bright red blood on the blade was extremely dazzling. I spared your life before, but unfortunately City Lord Luo didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die early and reincarnate early. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he stirred the myriad sword in his hand, activating his source chi. Luo Jin did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered all over the ground. Luo Jin was an ungrateful person. Previously, Yang Kai spared his life because of his relationship with Luo Bing, but not only did he not restrain himself, he even repaid kindness with enmity by following Qiu Zhe and the others to attack Thousand Leaves sect. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be lenient. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Luo Jin's ring and jade scepter-like artifact before stuffing them into the sealed world bead. A cool breeze blew as Yang Kai held the myriad sword in his hand, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else present. A series of gasps rang out as Mu Zheng, Ruan Hongba, and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock as they were completely dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Luo Jin would die just like that. Luo Jin was a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, and his strength was on par with theirs. None of them had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now he had been killed by Yang Kai in a single exchange. And this was under the premise that Qiu Zhe was suppressing him. If Qiu Zhe had not been suppressing him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Who was this little brat? Could it be that he was a master of the Emperor realm who had concealed his cultivation to toy with them? Mu Zheng and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they faintly felt that following Qiu Zhe to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble was probably not a wise move. Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, yet he was already able to do this. If he had advanced to the Emperor realm, how could they possibly survive? For a moment, the masters of the few great sects were filled with worry and anxiety. On the other side, Yi Hen's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hen's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang." If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. Yes, father. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the City Lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? Chapter 2343. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Qiu Zhe was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Qiu Zhe endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe flicked his wrist and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Qiu Zhe's mind and had been sacrificed by him. Qiu Zhe had just advanced to the Emperor realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Qiu Zhe could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Qiu Zhe's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Qiu Zhe roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Chi. Countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Yang Kai's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted, "Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass." At this moment he was standing between Qiyu and Qiu Zhe, so there was no way for him to dodge Qiu Zhe's attack. If he dodged, Qiyu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Qiu Zhe's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Yang Kai's concern for Qiyu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao Source realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Yang Kai wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Qiu Zhe's power. Boom boom boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in mid-air, and the energy tide surged uneasily. The void trembled and heaven and earth collapsed. Qiu Zhe's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Yang Kai didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Qiu Zhe was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Yang Kai was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. "Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable." Qiu Zhe was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Qiu Zhe naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. If Qiyu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Qiyu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Ruan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Qiu Zhe didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. "You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless." Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Qiu Zhe's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Qiu Zhe be no match for him at all? After breaking through Qiu Zhe's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed. This time he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. "Spatial law?" Qiu Zhe exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Qiu Zhe was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm in the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Qiu Zhe be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Qiu Zhe still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" With this shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They had come here to cause trouble for Thousand Leaves sect, not to watch a show. Furthermore, they had killed so many of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples before, so if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate them, once they gave Thousand Leaves sect a chance to breathe, they might just rise from the ashes and rise again. "Palace Lord Qiu, I'll help you." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond to Qiu Zhe's call was not Ruan Hongbo or Mu Zheng, but Thousand Leaves sect's Shirt Song. He looked like he had a deep grudge against Thousand Leaves sect, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai and the others right now. As he spoke, he summoned his artifact and sent a surge of source qi towards Yang Kai. Since Shirt Song had already moved, how could Mu Zheng, Ruan Hongbo, and the others just stand there and do nothing? After a brief moment of hesitation, they all gritted their teeth and acted. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light from artifacts and secret techniques belonging to the Third Order Tao Source realm enveloped Yang Kai, bombarding him with attacks. Although Yang Kai was powerful and his strength had skyrocketed after his advancement, allowing him to fight evenly against Qiu Zhe, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against so many people at once. He was instantly trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. In just 3 breaths of time he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. After Yang Kai was trapped, the other cultivator from Sky Illumination Palace, White Cloud Tower, and Sky Peak Temple circled around the battlefield and rushed towards Qiyu's group. Hua Qingxi's face immediately turned cold when she saw this and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yi, take them back into the sealed world." Yi Jinghan asked, "What about you?" Hua Qingxi glanced at Lu Yen, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "I have to stay here." Who knew what Lu Yen was up to, but he hadn't moved since he sat down. Hua Qingxi naturally couldn't ignore him. What Hua Qingxi didn't expect was for Yi Jinghan to nod her head in response to her persuasion. "This is a matter of life and death for my Thousand Leaves sect. How can we run away?" Yi Hen also nodded. "That's right. Even as an outsider, young Master Yang was able to solve this problem for my Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi is the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. How can I shrink back here? Even if I have to bleed 5 steps, this old master will never leave." After he said this, the others also nodded, looking as if they had no regard for life or death. "You guys are really..." Hua Qingxi stamped her feet anxiously, but when she saw the resolute expressions on the faces of Yi Hen and the others, she knew that her persuasion was useless, so she could only turn her head to look at Qiyu and the others. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. "One more person means one more strength. Elder sister, please don't try to persuade us. It wasn't easy for us to reunite with little brat Yang. If we separate again, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again." "Ah." Hua Qingxi sighed. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only say, "Then everyone be careful." As they spoke, they were already surrounded by countless cultivators. However, it was unknown what these cultivators were afraid of, but they didn't immediately attack them, instead choosing to observe them vigilantly. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly rang out from Yang Kai's side. It seemed that Yang Kai was truly enraged. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed out, devouring Yang Kai in an instant. How could Yang Kai withstand the joint attack of more than 20 cultivators from the Third Order Tao Source realm and 1 from the Emperor realm? At this critical juncture, he could only teleport out and appear in front of Hua Qingxi and the others in an instant. His sudden appearance gave the cultivator from the various large sects a fright, and they all retreated. Yang Kai was someone who could exchange blows with Qiu Zhe and kill Luo Jin in a single blow. How could they not be afraid? In an instant, a large space was emptied out around the array base platform. The rumors are indeed true. It's a good thing to be proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe's slightly envious tone came from the periphery. Then the crowd took the initiative to part. With Qiu Zhe in the lead, more than 10 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm strolled over and stood a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai pursed his lips with an arrogant look on his face. Although he was no match for so many powerhouses, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Furthermore, he had retreated to the array base platform so he could advance and retreat as he pleased. There was no fear at all. At most, he could just activate the space array and bring Qiyu and the others back to the mystic realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Previously, he was restrained because he was afraid of harming the innocent. Now that he was here, he had no more worries. Chapter 2344. Kid, you're proficient in the power of space. I really don't have the confidence to keep you here. Qiu Zhe looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He had sensed from their previous exchange that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his at all. It could even be said that Yang Kai was slightly stronger than him. In addition, Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe really did not have the confidence to keep him here. In other words, Yang Kai could leave at any time if he wanted to. Even if Qiu Zhe was not convinced, he could only watch. In reality, Yang Kai did not leave because he still had many friends here. It was impossible for him to escape alone. Thus Qiu Zhe did not panic. He only smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But these people? He did not say much, but the threat in his words was obvious. Old dog Qiu Zhe, you're really shameless. Yi Hen roared. Qiu Zhe was indifferent. He only looked at Yang Kai and said, Kid, think about it carefully. Are you going to escape on your own or stay here to share the joys and sorrows of these people? Although he said that, he was really afraid that Yang Kai would not care about these people's lives and escape alone. If that was the case, he would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. Yang Kai was already so powerful in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor level, how could Sky Illumination Palace stop him? Such an enemy was either not provoked or eliminated by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiu Zhe was gambling. He was gambling that Yang Kai would not leave these people alone. He was very confident that Yang Kai would not escape alone. As long as he did not escape, everything would be fine. He had so many powerhouses under him. Why would he be afraid that he could not kill him? He would have to pay a price today. He would have to kill Yang Kai here. Ruan Hongba and the others were obviously thinking the same thing as Qiu Zhe. Thus, although their expressions were ugly, they did not retreat. They looked at Yang Kai with murderous intent. Yang Kai stood on the formation base platform and looked around. It was as if he wanted to remember each and every one of the people who made things difficult for him. Any cultivator who met his gaze was shocked. They all averted their gazes, terrified to the extreme. Very well, you forced me to do this. I hope you won't regret it. Yang Kai grinned and a bracelet-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Rich energy fluctuations pulsed from this bracelet. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that a clear trace of Emperor aura and Emperor intent spread out from the bracelet the moment it appeared. An Emperor artifact. Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed with a burning light. The others also had an expression of disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely an Emperor artifact, something they had already experienced deeply. It was already shocking enough for a Dao Source realm cultivator to possess an Emperor artifact, but he actually had another. Where did this brat come from? How could he have so many Emperor artifacts? While Qiu Zhe was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot. He had finally advanced to the Emperor realm, but he had no Emperor artifact to use. Yang Kai, a Dao Source realm cultivator, actually took out 2 Emperor artifacts at once. How could Qiu Zhe not be envious? At this moment, Qiu Zhe didn't even bother to guess what great force was behind Yang Kai. He only wanted to quickly destroy Yang Kai and snatch these 2 Emperor artifacts. With his current cultivation, if he had these 2 Emperor artifacts, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Qiu Zhe shouted angrily and was the first to rush towards Yang Kai. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit. The faces of Yi Hen and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array base platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects. Hua Qingxi let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, they were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Hua Qingxi could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Hua Qingxi a fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic qi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array base platform. Qiu Zhe and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Qiu Zhe's solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Yang Kai had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Qiu Zhe was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then Qiu Zhe suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Qiu Zhe was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm. But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing? Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Qiu Zhe didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, it persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Qiu Zhe turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own Sky Illumination Palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and the Second Order Dao Source Realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Qiu Zhe not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Ruan Hongbo and the others, even the initiator Yang Kai showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source chi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King Realm cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. Gradually, the Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source chi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yi Hen and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? Chapter 2345. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insects' powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiu Zhe from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Ruan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiu Zhe to avenge the deaths of Kutian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source chi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon." After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble, the mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot. under the pressure of the dragon's might. Everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the azure dragon. True dragon? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yihen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the azure dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the azure dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet. Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yihen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven grade puppets, even the earth grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yihen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yihen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps, her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor Realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's hearts surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Songing, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yihen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Qiuzhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor Realm's cultivation, Songing immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yihen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Songing originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Songying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, Why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice-sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Qiuzhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Songing to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon Heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger. Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, 4 heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yen glared at Qiuzhe hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Qiuzhe for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible wool suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the 4 heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. 4 heaven puppets kill. Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiuzhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi-Chi, the invisible power cut Qiuzhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiuzhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiuzhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets' kill. This 4 heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiuzhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Songing had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Songing was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, Sect Master." Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shirt Song-ing had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shirt Song-ing was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shirt Song-ing go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore Shirt Song-ing had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted toward Shirt Song-ing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shirt Song-ying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father?" Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." While they were talking, he glanced at the 4 symbols heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the 4 symbols heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Chiozei and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the 4 symbols heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause he spoke again. "I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters." Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters." Yi Jing Han led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jing Han couldn't remain here. After she left, Chi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Chi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shirt Song-ing sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Chi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Chi Yu looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Chi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. "Master servant, Lu Yen greets Master." "Master? Servant?" Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted. I didn't know that you had such a hobby. Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, Do Shuiyu and the others know about this? Of these two, one was his mother-in-law and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shuiyu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star, so their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore. Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, Master doesn't want me anymore? Yang Kai said, Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yen obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken, so Lu Yen was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yen thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, In that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away. Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, How dare you? When did I drive her away? Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lu Yen, that soul puppet? As if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking before he could finish, Lu Yen sternly said, Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals. Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yen nodded and said, Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all 4 beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yen added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again, so even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yen shook his head and explained, The heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai's expression changed, You mean the earth veins in the sealed world? Lu Yen said, That's right. Previously you only repaired the sealed world spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it. After a pause, she continued, But if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move. Understood? Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Chi Yu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Dao Source realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shirt Song Ing had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao." This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. "Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse," Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are." "Alright." Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. Father. Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here." Then why is father sighing like that? Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment but still nodded, yes. After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. "Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, "Then this Yi will offend you? May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, "Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad." Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. "How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes?" Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, is this old man for real? After pondering for a moment, he said, "Those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, "Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, "Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, "What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is Sect Master Yi afraid of?" Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Yi Hen smiled. "This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain?" Being able to break through to the third-order Dao Source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity, this old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, Since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time. Yi Hen smiled. It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. Yi Hen had made this trip for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yan as if he did not see Lu Yan controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Dao Source realm in the Thousand Leaves sect sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao Source grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third order Dao Source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Dao Source grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the Nine Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third order Tao Source realm comprehend the Emperor Realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qingxi, they were both cultivators in the third order Tao Source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qingxi and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves Sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves Sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves Sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves Sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast, but at this moment he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips, "Little White is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves Sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's, wasn't it his? But this name. Why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiaobai, Xiaohei, Xiaohong, Xiaolan, Xiaohuang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yen jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger, this is another one." Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yen said, "The 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master if I push myself to the limit," Lu Yen answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yen thought for a while then said, "There is." After a pause she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange, I don't like them." "What's the use of being good-looking?" Yang Kai was about to die of anger. "Strength is king." Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted, "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you." "Because I taught him how to control puppets." Lu Yen smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. "What about the others?" "They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild." As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chiyu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chihu's cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Tao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Chiyu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Chiozei brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect, so Yi Hen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects. But now that Tianho had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it. Who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Yi Hen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chiyu replied, "They came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled, "Then Chiyu is willing? Chiozei is his father. Chiyu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right?" Guizhu replied, "So what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Chiyu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death." Yang Kai sneered, Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Qiu Yu would seek revenge in the future, so he crippled Qiu Yu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Qiu Yu was Qiu Zei's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Qiu Zei. Thinking back to a few months ago, Qiu Yu was still flushed with success, but after a few months he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Qiu Zei and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you, Aio suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Qi Yu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Guizhu nodded and said, It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect? You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhu said, That's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, Do you really want to join? Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, Ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Songyun said, Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple, so it was understandable that Qi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Guizhu and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Qi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Qi Yu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going? Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I want to look for Xiao Xiao. Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others had been found. Only Xiao Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. How are you going to find him? Qi Yu frowned slightly. I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld sect and look for Yin Lusheng. Maybe he knows something. When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Qi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lusheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lusheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lusheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld sect. There was a Netherworld sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. You must be careful, Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you. Qi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lusheng also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his Star Source. Star Source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength so anyone would be jealous. I understand, Yang Kai smiled slightly. For them, I will never put myself in danger. Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Qi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Qi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills, but even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beast, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source chi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This Yi should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang, but young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Qi Yu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider." The reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts. Not to mention taking care of them, even if young Master Yang wanted the position of sect master, this he would not even frown. "This old man still wants me to marry into his family?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. "I won't be staying, I still have things to do." Hearing this, Yi Hen didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. "Then this Yi won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you." Since Qi Yu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hen was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally. Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. "Last time I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm." Hearing this, Yi Hen's expression turned solemn. "Last time this Yi misspoke." "Chem?" Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hen proudly declared, "If this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately." At this point he sighed, "I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body." Chapter 2350. Yi Hen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hen. "This spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi." "This is." Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him, but he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this?" Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way, so this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill, so how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill? Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor pill? Yi Hen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill?" Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yi Hen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, even those in the Emperor realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hen knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hen to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore Yi Hen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill in front of Yi Hen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. Strictly speaking, the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, Yi Hen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. For a moment he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge C. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life, so what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hen obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd and said, Everyone go back. I'll come to see you another day. Guizhu grinned meaningfully, Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded, that day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it or should I? His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists, before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Chapter 2351. The ice-cold longsword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Yang Kai was too great. While she was still halfway there, Yang Kai had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, Brother Chai. The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the long sword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge this sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Yang Kai, she would still die at Yang Kai's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai Hu in the process. Chai Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai Hu's blood? Of Luo Bing. His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai Hu had his own selfish motives for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost. Chiyu was furious and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gui Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition, and instead rushed towards Chai Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gui Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious." As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai Hu's mouth. His source chi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source chi into Chai Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. "I'll take him back to treat his injuries first," Gui Zhu said, before he carried Chai Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves sect. Before leaving, Chai Hu coughed softly and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties." Chiyu sighed. "What's the matter?" Today's incident was inexplicable, but Chiyu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Chiyu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai Hu had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, "I won't take revenge. Big brother Chai, don't die." She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai Hu was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Chiyu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, "He won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Chiyu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you, thank you." As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. "You're on your own now," Qiyu said before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Yang Kai arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lusheng to inquire about Xiao Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lusheng. As for how to inquire about her, Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lusheng directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hen. Yi Hen also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these 2 mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yang Kai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yang Kai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Yang Kai had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Yang Kai could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivator's space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Yang Kai had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Yang Kai headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yang stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 2352. Yang Kai found a seat on the third floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the teahouse guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Yang Kai needed. After sitting in the teahouse for most of the day, the teahouse guests changed batch after batch, but Yang Kai did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, he probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Yang Kai was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life." Scram. After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xian Yun? This woman turned out to be Lu Xian Yun. Lu Xian Yun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star like Yin Lu Sheng. Back then he and Lu Xian Yun were forced to join Blue Feather Sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xian Yun, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather Sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xian Yun was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Chi Yu and the others, the source chi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather Sect, he and Lu Xian Yun also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the third floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xian Yun, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xian Yun's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xian Yun, it's me," Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xian Yun's palm paused midair. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang?" The two of them entered Blue Feather Sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xian Yun seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xian Yun, the best days in the Star Boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather Sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xian Yun's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it. Lu Xianyun insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai, so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this endless treasures pavilion. Yang Kai was also a third-order origin king when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. If you still remember this, brother, tell me what's going on. A trivial endless treasures pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this endless treasures pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yan and Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai used its full strength, it would also be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning the city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to. They're going too far. Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, What are you selling? I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident. Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. What price did they offer? 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, Come with me. Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly, but when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly. Why are you here again, slut? The manservant looked like he was only a first-order origin king, but facing a first-order Dao Source Realm Master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet. Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In mid-air, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover, so how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. The four Dao Source Realm cultivators surrounding Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun attacked together, using their secret techniques and bombarding Yang Kai. Murderous intent filled the air. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and were ready to kill Yang Kai according to the burly bald man's instructions. Treasure Trove Pavilion had a great background, so what did it matter if they killed a few people? They could only blame this little brat for having eyes but failing to see and daring to make trouble here. But the four soon realized that something was wrong. The moment they moved, the entire space of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable force filled their surroundings, making them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. The four were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and although they weren't very strong since they had broken through to this realm, they had some understanding of principal strength. They immediately realized that this force was affecting their movements, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, making them unable to breathe and even making it difficult for them to circulate their source chi. Obviously, this was an extremely profound principal strength. The faces of the four changed drastically as they pushed their strength with all their might, trying to break free but with little success. Yang Kai grinned and shot out a golden blood thread. In an instant, a golden light flickered and shot towards the four. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk after a strange sound, the golden light dissipated, and the principal strength that filled Treasure Trove Pavilion also disappeared at the same time. However, the four Dao Source Realm Masters who attacked Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, not moving at all, as if they had been immobilized, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. After a short while, a person's body suddenly collapsed, as if he had been cut into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Blood and broken internal organs flowed all over the ground. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the other three also shattered, and in an instant, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The bald man obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vicious. He thought that Lu Xianyun was only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and that the helpers she found wouldn't be of much use, so he didn't plan to take action himself. But now he knew that he was wrong. Those were four first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and it was extremely difficult for Treasure Trove Pavilion to cultivate them, but they were all killed in a single confrontation. How could this level of strength be something he could contend against? The manservant was even worse. He had been standing beside the bald man, trying to intimidate him, and wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai being killed to vent his anger, but when he saw that the result was very different from what he expected, his eyes rolled back and he directly fainted. You dare to kill people in Treasure Trove Pavilion? The bald man's face was pale. After realizing that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent, his blood turned cold, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. What a joke, they want to kill me so of course I have to kill them. Yang Kai sneered, staring sharply at the bald man and said coldly, now it's your turn. As soon as the bald man heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly made a gesture, and his whole body was covered with a layer of red blood light. At the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had used some kind of blood essence burning mystic technique. His body flew back like an arrow, trying to escape from this place. At the same time he shouted, head shopkeeper, save me. Even if the heavens come, they won't be able to save you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clearly stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the bald man, his whole body pressed up against him, his eyes cold and fierce. The bald man was scared out of his wits. Even with his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had jumped in front of him. He understood more and more the gap between him and Yang Kai, and his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He hated himself for not investigating Yang Kai's specific cultivation before acting so recklessly. Now that he had completely angered the other party, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Stop. A shout suddenly came from behind, followed by a peak Dao Source Realm aura that rushed towards Yang Kai to suppress him. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of Yang Kai. He seemed to have rushed over from the back hall, probably having heard the bald man's cry for help. Before he arrived, the old man had already reached out to grab Yang Kai's head, with the intention of besieging Yang Kai to rescue him. The bald man's face was overjoyed and he shouted even louder, head shopkeeper, save me. He thought that since the chief shopkeeper had personally come out, he would be safe and sound. The chief shopkeeper was a peak Dao Source realm cultivator, and although this young man who came to cause trouble was very strong, he was definitely not an Emperor realm master. This was something he could feel. With head shopkeeper's strength, he would definitely be able to save him. Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously, and just waved his hand in the air, sending a solid palm print flying out to meet the old man's palm. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and gently placed it on the bald man's chest. The bald man's face suddenly changed and his originally happy mood suddenly turned cold as he asked in horror, "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a violent surge of source chi rush into his body, as if a sharp blade was cutting into his meridians and wantonly destroying his dantian. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable to him, and he opened his mouth to cry out in pain. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud sound, Yang Kai's hand and the old man's palm collided. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the collision and lightly retreated, landing beside Lu Xianyun with a calm look on his face. On the other hand, the old man's face couldn't help but change after feeling Yang Kai's power. He changed his hand posture several times before he was able to resolve the force, and after landing on the ground he staggered back a few steps. With a thud, the bald man landed right at his feet. Cough cough. The bald man coughed a few times with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "You dare to cripple my cultivation?" At this moment, his meridians had been destroyed, his dantian had been shattered, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find. Even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dared to injure my junior sister, so what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" the bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered, "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him, but crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Chapter 2354. Sir, how could you be so vicious and merciless? I wonder what my Endless Treasures Pavilion has done to offend you. The head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion had a sinister look in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth in fear of Yang Kai's ruthlessness. This young man had killed 4 of his Endless Treasures Pavilion's Dao Source Realm Masters and crippled the bald man's cultivation. His actions were decisive and cruel, so today's matter could not be settled peacefully. However, although Yang Kai was strong, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In this small piece of land in Marsh City, anyone would have to give some face to his Endless Treasures Pavilion. "You have not offended me, but you have offended my junior sister." Yang Kai looked at the shopkeeper coldly, the corners of his mouth rising as he continued, "Don't say you didn't know anything about this matter. Hand over that thing or else your fate will be the same as his." As Yang Kai spoke, he pointed at the burly bald man. The head shopkeeper's face changed. He originally wanted to deal with Yang Kai for a while and delay until reinforcements arrived. As long as reinforcements arrived, Yang Kai would pay back 100-fold for what he had done to Endless Treasures Pavilion. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not give him the chance at all. From what he heard, he did not want to give him any time to breathe. "Sir, do you know what kind of place my Endless Treasures Pavilion is? Do you know who is behind it? How dare you shout like this?" The head shopkeeper had lived for so many years and had a peak Dao Source realm cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by Yang Kai with just a few words. "It seems that you have made your choice. In that case, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The head shopkeeper's intentions were so obvious, how could he not see it? However, he had no fear in his heart, so he did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With that said, Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of the old man. Under the influence of his space principles, the surrounding several dozen meters instantly became impregnable and space solidified. The shopkeeper's soul almost left his body, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even with his strength and eyesight, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. Realizing that he had really kicked an iron plate this time, and sensing the condensed space around him, he was aghast as he urged his source chi to retreat while yelling, "The Treasure Trove Pavilion is a property under the name of the City Lord's Master. If you dare to be presumptuous here, don't even think about leaving Marsh City alive. At this point he didn't have the leisure to be mystifying anymore. He directly revealed his backer, hoping that Yang Kai would hold back. After all, the master of Marsh City was the most powerful person in the Emperor realm. However, it was out of his expectations. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The old man could see the slightest change in his expression, as if he had expected this. This kid is crazy. The old man was shocked. Knowing that his backer was the city lord's master, he still dared to act so presumptuously. Didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid of the city lord's master at all? It was laughable that he had hoped to use the city lord's master to suppress Yang Kai, but the result was the opposite. The surrounding space was bound. Even someone as strong as the old man couldn't move freely. He only felt that his meridians were blocked and his source chi couldn't flow smoothly. In a hurry, he could only bite the tip of his tongue, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and summon a pair of golden scissors to cut at Yang Kai. The grade of the golden scissors wasn't low, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of magical power it possessed, but as soon as it was summoned, it cut a crack in the solidified space. The pressure on the old man's body relaxed. The source chi in his meridians finally flowed smoothly. But before he could do anything, a faint golden light bloomed in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that Yang Kai's left eye was shining with a golden light, and the pupil of his left eye had turned into a dignified vertical slit, giving off a terrifying power. Facing this eye, the old man couldn't help but panic and feel uneasy. In the next moment, a budding lotus flower bud suddenly shot out violently from the golden vertical stem, and it flashed before vanishing. The old man suddenly stood in place as if he had been struck by lightning. There was nothing else in his field of vision, as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the lotus bud. Under his gaze, the white lotus bud quickly bloomed. As the lotus bloomed, the old man's spiritual energy rapidly disappeared, and he felt a pain in his mind as if 10,000 ants were swallowing him. Not good. This is a soul secret technique. The old man suddenly awoke from his stupor. He wanted to dissolve the young man's divine sense, but he was powerless to do so. The young man's divine sense seemed to be much stronger than his own. This inexplicable lotus secret technique had swallowed up the old man's divine sense in a very short time, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. A burst of intense pain came, and the old man was stimulated by this pain, waking him up abruptly. Looking over, he saw that his arm had been directly cut off, and blood was spurting out from the wound and sprinkling on the ground. The young man's expression was cold as he lightly stretched out his palm and pressed it against his own chest. Recalling the scene of the bald man's encounter when he was observing in the dark, coupled with what Yang Kai had said before, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant by this action? He really wants to cripple my cultivation. The old man's whole body trembled as he shouted with all his strength, "No. If you have something to say, let's talk. This old master can agree to any request you have." Ping. Yang Kai's palm still pressed down, and the old man's chest seemed to cave in an inch as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back to the counter, landing heavily on the ground. Under this palm, the old man, just like the bald man, had his dantian destroyed by Yang Kai, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation destroyed. You didn't know how to cherish me when I was talking to you, so there's no need for you to say anything now. Yang Kai didn't even glance at the old man, simply reaching out and grabbing the space ring on the severed arm, tossing it to Lu Xianyun as he said, "See if your things are inside." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed greatly and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The city lord of Marsh City is from the Emperor realm, we can't afford to provoke him." Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and said, "It's fine if that Pang Guang doesn't come to provoke me, but if he dares, this young master doesn't mind sending him on his way." The old man was stunned. Pang Guang was the city lord of Marsh City and the only one from the Emperor realm. He had thought that Yang Kai would definitely be afraid of Pang Guang, but from the tone of his words, it was clear that he didn't put the city lord's master in his eyes at all. What was the background of this boy? He dared to boast so shamelessly. The old man felt that no one would be able to avenge him. In other words, he had been humiliated for nothing and had his cultivation crippled. In the future he could only struggle at death's door, living a life worse than death. Enraged, the old man spat out another mouthful of blood and his aura became even weaker. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around, smiled at Lu Xianyun and led the way out. After opening the door, he found that both sides of the street and even the rooftops across were filled with Cultivator, all of them looking in the direction of the treasure trove pavilion. After a moment of silence, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and directly rushed into the treasure trove pavilion, sweeping all the spirit grasses and miraculous medicines placed on the medicine cabinet into his space ring. The others looked over. How could they hold back? They all followed suit. For a time, the number of cultivator who rushed into the treasure trove pavilion to take advantage of the opportunity to rob was as many as carps crossing the river. In a short while, the entire treasure trove pavilion was swept clean, and all the things that were slightly valuable disappeared. When the things were gone, the cultivator also quickly scattered and disappeared. Above the tea house, Yang Kai saw this scene with an indifferent expression, but he had a little understanding of the style of the cultivator in Marsh City. Brother? Lu Xianyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt uncomfortable all over and said timidly, "Let's go." It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Yang Kai's strength, but after all, he had caused such a big mess and she was the cause of it all. She didn't want to provoke stronger enemies for Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai smiled and poured her a cup of spirit tea. It's so chaotic here, why did you come here? He was still very curious about Lu Xianyun's experiences over the past few years. After escaping from the Blue Feather sect together, he gave half of his belongings to Lu Xianyun, and the two of them ran away separately. Later, Yang Kai went to Maplewood City and worked hard until now. He didn't expect to meet her on this trip to Marsh City. I've been here for several years. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Since parting with Yang Kai, she had been wandering around the southern territory like a headless fly. It wasn't until she came to Marsh City that she settled down. Although Marsh City was chaotic, there were many places nearby that were suitable for her to experience and cultivate. She could find some cultivation resources in those places, and after a few years, although life was difficult, she still managed to break through to the Dao Source realm. A few days ago, she happened to obtain a spirit flower in a place called the Solitary Void Mountain Range, so she wanted to bring it back to sell some source crystals and buy some source condensing pills. She thought that since Endless Treasures Pavilion was backed by the City Lord's master, it should be a good deal, but she didn't expect that after she took out that spirit flower, the people from Endless Treasures Pavilion would only offer her 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Although Lu Xianyun didn't know what that spirit flower was or what its use was, she instinctively felt that it was definitely worth more than that amount of source crystals, so how could she be willing to sell it? After some reasoning, the other party actually attacked her directly, and Yang Kai knew what happened next. If she went there again, Lu Xianyun was not sure if she could come out alive, so she did not know why Yang Kai wanted to take such a risk. Because Yang Kai was about to explain, but before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked downstairs. What he saw was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe standing in front of Endless Treasures Pavilion with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and was a master from the Emperor realm. As if he had noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he instantly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. It's Pang Guang. Lu Xianyun also saw the middle-aged man and immediately cried out in panic. Having been in Marsh City for several years, she naturally knew what Pang Guang looked like. Seeing him come here personally, she immediately knew that they were in big trouble. She did not know why Yang Kai was so confident to stay, but a master from the Emperor realm was obviously not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Pang Guang's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the third floor of the tea house, standing in front of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun screamed in fright, her face draining of blood. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Pang Guang from the Emperor realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor realm master, most likely a third-order emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City? Yang Kai was shocked, but on the surface he glanced at Pang Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Pang Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all, but now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Yang Kai felt a lot more at ease because Pang Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, he actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Pang Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Yang Kai and said, "This old man is Yao Changjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face as if he was an approachable senior, but Yang Kai instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Yang Kai could speak, Pang Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face as if he didn't put Yao Changjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression immediately became strange. But soon he suddenly understood. He guessed that Pang Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Changjun's strength, otherwise he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Yang Kai before but failed, and Yao Changjun didn't even look at him after he appeared, he was probably a little angry out of shame. Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes? As a city lord, how could Pang Guang tolerate this? "You want this old master to withdraw?" Yao Changjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Pang Guang with interest. "Are you sure?" Only then did Pang Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Changjun's cultivation, but it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Changjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Pang Guang and coldly snorted, "A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master? Scram." In the palm, Source Chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars, containing great power. With a single palm the world shook. Pang Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Pang Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the Delightful Pleasures tea house, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City City Lord, the First Order Emperor Realm Master Pang Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Pang Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a second-order Emperor Realm Master or a third-order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the Delightful Pleasures tea house and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the Delightful Pleasures tea house was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Pang Guang wouldn't even dare to make a sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. "I will never cause trouble here again." Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. "Now we can talk." After Yao Changjun sent Pang Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Pang Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Changjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Changjun. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house only waved his hand and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Changjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this tea house was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart and could only secretly hope that Yao Changjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Let's talk about this. Yao Changjun grinned meaningfully with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." Pang Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Changjun and Yang Kai, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Yang Kai was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Yang Kai had actually injured Yao Changjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary void mountain range? Yang Kai felt the murderous intent behind him closing in and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, if he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Changjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Changjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary void mountain range first and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Changjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary void mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there. Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Yang Kai immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary void mountain range. Brother? Although Lu Xianyun was in Yang Kai's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. You should run on your own, I've dragged you down this time. I heard him once, do you think he'll let me go? Yang Kai replied indifferently, since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry, running away is my forte. Lu Xianyun saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, it could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyun gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, Brother, is that Yao Changjun really a third-order Emperor Realm Master? It's the real deal. Then how did you hurt him? Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Changjun, but in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Changjun's painful roar was clearly not fake. Because there is a crack in his knowledge, see. Yang Kai said, he must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled. How did you know? Lu Xianyun was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun did not know each other before, so how did he know Yao Changjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge was definitely Yao Changjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge. See. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge? See? A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her. If you use this stock to refine pills, it can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge. See. He was proficient in the Tao of space, but even with Lu Xianyun, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the star boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyun from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term, but it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary Void Mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yao Changjun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yao Changjun's understanding of the solitary Void Mountain range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space was really difficult to catch. Yao Changjun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Changjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Changjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. Chapter 2359. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyun was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, Yao Changjun left a mark on the jade box so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes. Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyun finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Changjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus, so how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Changjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Dao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Changjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Changjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore. No matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Changjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damned place. After asking Lu Xianyun, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun asked nervously. "Maybe it's just an illusion," Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyun gulped and whispered, "Brother, there is a saying in the solitary void mountain range." "What saying?" "Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale. "Alive?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "And?" Lu Xianyun nodded. "The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes, the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes, the changes are so slow that no one can detect them, but most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. "This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis." "What do you mean?" Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things?" "Yes," Lu Xianyun replied. "It's not just me, many people in Marsh City are like this." Yang Kai nodded. "Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago, but you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange." Lu Xianyun nodded. Lu Xianyun nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. "Brother, you mean?" Yang Kai said. "The solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery." "How do you know?" Lu Xianyun was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's just a guess, I don't know if it's right or not." But this guess was very likely to be true because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect, and when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at that moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then countless birds in the dense forest took to the air, as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. "What's going on?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed, because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in mid-air, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th-order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th-order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation he directly wrapped Lu Xianyun with his source qi and tried to use the Tao of space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of space he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered." The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of space to leave this place. And in just a short while the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyun was even worse off, unable to stand steadily and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source qi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Changjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world, but even with his cultivation he was unable to do so and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary void great maelstrom. Yao Changjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai who had just arrived and Lu Xianyun who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Changjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void great maelstrom would appear. The solitary void great maelstrom was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Changjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as the center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event, but when they looked back, everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void great vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void great vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void great vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery, so how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City Lord Master enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before, but I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary void mountain range are extremely dangerous. City Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary void great vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivators gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, discussing animatedly. If Pangguang really fell in the solitary void mountain range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai was protecting Lu Xianyun, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Yang Kai resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Lu Xianyun was also trying to defend herself, but because of Yang Kai's protection, his situation was actually better than Yang Kai's. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Yang Kai down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and was about to leave Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Lu Xianyun's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kai Yang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. Protect yourself. Yang Kai gently patted Lu Xianyun's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyun were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyun hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex, he was unable to return to his senses and could not see his surroundings. Ping, with a loud bang, Yang Kai felt intense pain all over his body as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment, he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. Pung peng pung. Something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Yang Kai could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Yang Kai did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen, carefully urging his source chi to protect himself and Lu Xianyun, only to find that his source chi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyun seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Yang Kai waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source chi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him, shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyun's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed. Because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary void mountain range, there were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary void mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary void mountain range here and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. Chapter 2361. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyun back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Changjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Yao Changjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Changjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Yang Kai had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyun's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Changjun. This guy is actually not dead. Yang Kai also admired his powerful cultivation. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. It's you, you evil beast. Yao Changjun soon discovered Yang Kai's figure and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary void mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary void mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary void great maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Yang Kai. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Yang Kai in anger, another soft sound came from not far away and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. They both looked over. But after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City Lord, Pang Guang. Yao Changjun knew that Pang Guang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Yang Kai, so he did not pay much attention to Pang Guang. The catastrophe of the solitary void mountain range had begun. Naturally, Pang Guang had no power to resist and was also sucked into this place. However, what surprised him was that Pang Guang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine?" Pang Guang came out and was surprised to see Yang Kai and Yao Changjun confronting each other. Yao Changjun coldly snorted, "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Pang Guang's expression, he knew that Pang Guang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Changjun's hands, how could Pang Guang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Pang was just asking casually. Yang Kai grinned and said, "City Lord Pang is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Pang Guang's face sank. He didn't hold back in this attack, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai. Kong, an explosive sound rang out. No matter how Kai Yang tried to defend himself, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. Countless bones in his body were broken and his face was pale. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, little brat, you talk big, but that's all you have. You really disappoint this old master. Seeing him so miserable, Yao Changjun's heart calmed down. He felt that he had probably been overthinking things. This brat was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if he had some trump cards and methods, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He didn't know why he was hesitating just now. If he had acted earlier, he would have killed him long ago. How shameful. Yao Changjun thought to himself. His mind had actually been disturbed by a little brat's words. Sure enough, his soul had been seriously injured, leaving behind a residual effect. Fortunately, the other party was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If their strength was on par, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Changjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. If you had cooperated earlier, this old man might not have taken your life. In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation, so how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. You forced me to do this. Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Changjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Changjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, "Sangshuan seal release." Sangshuan seal? What the hell is that? Yao Changjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Changjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes filled with bloody killing intent. Demonic Qi. Yao Changjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic Qi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic Qi, and it was not an ordinary demonic Qi, but the purest ancient demonic Qi. How is this possible? Yao Changjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic Qi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm. The ancient demonic Qi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time and become a demonic creature if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic Qi. How was Yang Kai able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic Qi in his body? Thinking back to what Yang Kai had said before, Yao Changjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic Qi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic Qi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic Qi would really devour his mind. Yao Changjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yang Kai said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves. Yao Changjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black, without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Changjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yang Kai's right eye, Yao Changjun cried out in alarm, "Eye technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Changjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Changjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant, he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end, he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Changjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death chi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor Artifact Soul-Splitting Saber. After being refined by Yang Kai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yang Kai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yang Kai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Changjun quickly, Yang Kai had even used the Heaven-Severing Slash. The Heaven-Severing Slash was a soul-secret technique that he had learned from Tianyan in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an Emperor artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Changjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Changjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Changjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yang Kai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Changjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a 5-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Chi into the 5-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the Eternal Darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the 5-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his Emperor Chi became extremely unstable. Lu Yen rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here. Next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic chi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, and there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic chi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic chi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic chi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic chi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic chi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic chi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Changjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization, but Yao Changjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge sea had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken, and the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Changjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time he was able to use the demonic chi to kill Yao Changjun, but what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic chi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic chi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. However, perhaps because she had been hanging around here for a long time, her skin was slightly dark. However, this did not affect her beauty. Instead, it added a kind of wildness to her. She stood there like a vigorous cheetah, her eyes extremely sharp. Yang Kai did not rush to board the boat, but instead cupped his fists to the people below and said, "Greetings, friends. May I ask where you are going? Can you give this one a ride?" The dozen people were indifferent, but the woman in the lead raised her head slightly and said lightly, "Where are you from?" Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "We came from that direction. Our boat was shipwrecked and only the 2 of us escaped." Of course, this was nonsense, but as a newcomer, Yang Kai did not want to expose his identity. Shipwrecked. The woman's expression changed slightly, but she didn't ask too much. She just sighed softly as if it was a common thing to encounter mishaps on the sea. She nodded and said, "The two of you are lucky to have survived. I can let you board the ship, but you know the rules, right?" Rules? Yang Kai's heart jumped. He had been here for more than a month and this was the first group of people he had met, so how could he know the rules? Just as he was about to ask, the woman frowned and said, 5,000 source crystals per person, so 2 people will be 10,000. Yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, thinking that the rules were to buy tickets. This rule was acceptable, but to Yang Kai's surprise, the price of the ticket was too cheap. It only cost 5,000 source crystals per person. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, wanting to take out the source crystals. The woman saw his action and could not help but frown. "You don't want to give me source crystals here, do you?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "What's wrong?" The woman's expression immediately became strange when she heard this, staring at Yang Kai. Not only her, but the other cultivators standing on the deck also had a playful look on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it wrong to say that he wanted to give her source crystals here? What kind of flaw could that reveal? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman took out a barrier token and waved it forward. The barrier covering the ship immediately cracked open and she said lightly, "Come in first." "Many thanks." Yang Kai suppressed the doubts in his heart and controlled the wooden boat to rush in. Stepping on the deck, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun both couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of being on solid ground was simply wonderful. "Come with me," the woman waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cultivator on the deck also automatically moved aside, allowing the two to pass through. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly asked, "How long have you been stranded in the solitary void sea?" So this was the solitary void sea, Yang Kai silently remembered. As for the other party's question, he didn't even think about it and answered, "It happened yesterday. Fortunately, we met you, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks to this young lady for taking us in." His aura was now stable, so he obviously hadn't consumed much source chi. Using the excuse of being stranded yesterday as an excuse was the best. "Is that so?" The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if this woman had noticed something. However, he hadn't given himself away. He and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. While talking, the woman brought Yang Kai to a room, opened the door and walked in. Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place wasn't big, the environment wasn't bad. Although she was still angry in her heart, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask Big Sister Ling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" "Breakthrough?" Ling Yinchin heard this and her expression changed. "Break through to a great realm?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinchin's mind buzzed and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third order Dao Source realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? This approach seems stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit-purifying array is to Big Sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit-purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun had been chatting happily these days and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit-purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinqin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, "I'm sorry, this old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely." "It's fine, I understand brother Jiao's feelings." Lu Xianyun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Chapter 2371. While Yang Kai was flying towards the island, his mind was immersed in the jade slip given to him by Ling Yinqin, looking for the method to arrange the spirit-purifying array. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Tao of spirit arrays, the records in this jade slip were extremely detailed and easy to understand. What's more, with the array base and array flags, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange it. Yang Kai arrived at the short 500-kilometer journey in a dozen breaths, and this was when he deliberately slowed down to study the jade slip. Otherwise, with his divine technique of space, he could have arrived in 3 breaths of time. Looking ahead, there was indeed a veritable island in front of him. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It looked like it was formed by reefs. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was also quiet. Yang Kai hurriedly landed and began to arrange the spirit array according to the records in the jade slip. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, he finally finished setting it up. A faint layer of light suddenly enveloped the entire island, purifying the world energy, but the world energy also weakened by several levels. It seemed that even a high-grade spirit-purifying array couldn't allow all the world energy to rush in. Based on this, even a top-grade spirit-purifying array wouldn't be very effective. Time was of the essence, so he only checked the spirit array a little. After confirming that it was fine, he waved his hand and released Zhang Ruoxi from the small sealed world. "Sir, I've caused you trouble again." Zhang Ruoxi's expression was difficult, and her aura was restless like boiling water. As soon as she appeared, she apologized to Yang Kai with a face full of guilt. She obviously knew about Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. Calm your mind. Breaking through is more important. I'll protect you from the side and eliminate all distracting thoughts." Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed a seal with her hands, silently comprehending. After a while, the aura floating around her body became more and more fierce, and the Saint Qi in her body also became more and more violent. The world energy around her. It was as if it had been given life, and it rushed into her body. However, due to the hindrance of the spirit-purifying array, the surrounding world energy was obviously insufficient to meet the requirements for her breakthrough, leaving Zhang Ruoxi in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. With a shake of his qi, the source crystals were reduced to dust and turned into rich world energy that filled the small island. With the help of these source crystals, the bitter expression on Zhang Ruoxi's face finally eased a lot. Yang Kai continuously took out source crystals and shattered them. In just a short while, the world energy on the island was so dense that it turned into a mist, obscuring the entire island. Even though Yang Kai was 10 meters away from Zhang Ruoxi, he couldn't see her figure clearly. When Yang Kai felt that it was about time, he stopped. As for Zhang Ruoxi, ever since her bloodline power awakened, she had become much stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Her aptitude was indescribably good, and every time she cultivated, it was as if she was swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's world energy. It was for this reason that her cultivation could improve so quickly. Back then, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian, obtained a Dao source fruit from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but he was seriously injured by someone. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine?" Ling Yinchin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the Third Order Dao Source realm fail to break through to the Emperor realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation, if he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yinchin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yao Shui's face sank and he snorted, "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, not much different from Ling Yinchin, he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion and had a master from the Emperor realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox Zen like Ling Yinchin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yinchin call him that, Yang Yao Shui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yinchin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke, so even if she was angry, she could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Yang Yao Shui glanced sideways at Ling Yinchin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yinchin said through gritted teeth. "As for these two," Yang Yao Shui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damn place all year round will more or less have some Si-Chi on them, but they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yinchin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yinchin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation, but she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yao Shui, but when she looked around, the two of them were standing together with indifferent expressions and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyun who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyun kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. "Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go." Yang Yao Shui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiao Yi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yao Shui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted, "Ling Yinchin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yinchin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinchin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinchin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinchin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinchin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace, but take a step back and you'll see the world." Yang Kai snorted, "Big sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head. Chapter 2374. Ling Yinqin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. Well said, but it's meaningless. Yang Yaoshi sneered, "This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "That's right." Yang Yaoshi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. A slap is already a light punishment if you... He was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshi shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. Pa. Yang Yaoshi was sent flying, his body tumbling in midair as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence, the entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinqin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshi, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster, but now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshi was a cultivator of the third order Dao Source realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the third order Dao Source realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinqin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me? Yang Yaoshi crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted, "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshi was stunned. Then he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinqin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source realm cultivators. Ling Yinqin's face changed and she shouted in a low voice, "Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape." This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinqin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time Ling Yinqin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinqin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. "Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island." Ling Yinqin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. "These people are selling their harvest from the sea?" Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said, "Yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce." After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. "Let's go." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to sea? So, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me." Ling Yinqin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xan heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinqin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. "I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision." Fan Xang covered her mouth and laughed. "Little brother is really interesting." This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Sangdo was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you. So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Xen, who had purchased Ling Yinchen's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Xen glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." Junior sister Fan. Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Xen asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Xen pursed her lips and smiled, "So it's brother Yang. What? Are you also an alchemist?" "And I know a little," Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Xen's beautiful eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "What grade of alchemist is brother Yang?" "Dao Source grade." Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, Emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangdo was just a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an Emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. "What's the highest grade of pill you can refine?" When Fan Xen heard that Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. "Dao Source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Dao Source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you." "Okay." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Xen was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining, and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He was the one who came to ask Lu Xianyun's opinion, so why was it like a couple saying goodbye? He hurriedly responded, then returned to his bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Kai opened his eyes early and used his divine sense to investigate. He found that Lu Xianyun was sitting cross-legged in another bedroom, so he didn't disturb her and directly left the cave mansion. He had already said what he needed to say a few days ago, so there was no need to talk nonsense. As soon as he left the inner city, Yang Kai felt that he was being followed. He released his divine sense and found that the person following him was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although he cultivated an extraordinary concealment secret art, it had little effect on Yang Kai's powerful divine sense. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He hadn't been in Clear Sky City for long, and during this time he didn't seem to have offended anyone, except for a guy named Yu Luping who he beat up. At that time, a young woman reminded Yang Kai that Yu Luping was from the city lord's mansion and told him to be careful. Now it seemed that this Yu Luping really had some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he left the inner city he was being followed. It was very likely that this person was sent by him. The security in the inner city was absolutely peaceful, so even if Yu Luping was from the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't dare to casually attack him in the inner city. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only do it in the outer city or wait for Yang Kai to leave Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai didn't care. He now had a good grasp of the situation in Clear Sky Island. Apart from the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion, no one else on Clear Sky Island was worthy of his attention. Therefore, even if he knew that he was being followed, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and headed straight for the city gate. At the same time, in a tea house in Clear Sky City, Yu Luping sat there with a gloomy expression. His injured arm had taken some unknown pills and was more than half healed. Suddenly he took out a communication bead and checked it. His eyes lit up and he grinned. "You want to leave the city? Well, that's good. Hee, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so I hope you found a good burial ground for yourself." As he spoke, his divine sense surged and he sent a message. As soon as he left Clear Sky City, Yang Kai knew that Yu Luping didn't plan to attack him in the outer city. Although he could do the same, the outer city was still within Clear Sky City's territory. It was better than doing whatever he wanted on the solitary void sea. He came to the dock and stood under a palm tree. He leaned against the tree and waited quietly. At the same time, he secretly looked around to see if anyone could be the helpers that Sangda had invited. The dock was very lively. Ships came in and out one after another. Some were returning with a bountiful harvest, some were excitedly preparing to go out to sea, and some were suffering heavy casualties. There were all kinds of people here, showing all kinds of life. Yang Kai soon noticed a gorgeously dressed young woman. Like him, this young woman came here alone. She stood near the dock and seemed to be waiting for someone. This young woman was round and smooth, and her figure was extremely hot. Only her red lips were a little harsh and her eyes were extremely cold, making her look like someone who wasn't to be trifled with. Many cultivators who approached her couldn't help but be intimidated by her aura. Seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was looking at her, the young woman turned her head and looked over. Not only was she not angry, she even had a smile on her face. However, after Yang Kai's question, the three of them were almost certain that Sangda definitely knew about the spirit-devouring great array hidden in the dragon-subduing stone. He also knew what would happen to Man Kuai after he pushed away the stone, but he deliberately didn't say anything. In other words, after pushing away the dragon-subduing stone, Man Kuai's value was gone. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. This old man usually looked harmless, but in fact he was full of evil tricks, so Shilan and Chen Fei had to be on guard against him. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. This was indeed a cave mansion left behind by a master. The interior was spacious, and the walls were inlaid with glowing stones that emitted a faint light, making the entire cave mansion less dim. Half an hour later, the group had walked more than 1,000 meters underground before they suddenly arrived at a huge stone cave. Stalactites hung upside down on the stone walls of this stone cave, and water dripped down with a crisp sound. After arriving here, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to an object placed in the center. It was a shuttle-shaped artifact that was more than 78 meters long. Its entire body was curved and smooth, and its artifact aura flowed around it, making this artifact look extremely extraordinary. After arriving here, Sangda's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood in place and stared at the shuttle-shaped artifact, unwilling to leave for a moment. As for Kai Yang and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement. Sangda brought them here to get a tool that could allow them to leave the solitary void-sealed world. They all knew this, so when they saw this thing they naturally made some connections. Grandmaster, could this be? Shilan couldn't help but ask. Although Chen Fei didn't speak, his eager eyes deeply betrayed him. Yes. Sangda nodded heavily. This is the Sea King shuttle refined by Old Ghost. Although it's not an Emperor artifact, it only lacks the Emperor aura. With this old master can leave this solitary void-sealed world. He had an agitated look on his face and he was extremely excited. Chen Fei and Shilan were also ecstatic. They didn't expect this trip to be so easy. After all, when they followed Sangda this time, other than needing the 5 of them to work together to break the 10-colored watery spirit array before entering the island, they didn't encounter any other difficulties. Only Man Kuai had encountered misfortune. They had only followed Sangda here, but they saw this special tool right at their fingertips. Master, don't forget our contributions when you leave. Chen Fei hurriedly reminded him. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Naturally, I won't forget. He paused for a moment, then continued, do you still have the array flags this old master gave you before? Although they didn't know why he asked this, they still took out the array flags they had obtained before. These array flags were originally used to break the 10-colored watery spirit array. Yang Kai said, you said before that there were 3 people who knew the location of the exit. That wasn't nonsense, was it? Isn't it very important? Who are Ice Heart Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Clear Sky Island's Master? Do you have the guts to cooperate with them? Be careful or they'll swallow you whole. Sangda sneered again and again. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and said, since things have come to this, you and I will part ways. From now on, you will walk your own path and I will walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other. Having said that, he took a step forward and was about to walk to the side. Yang Kai snorted coldly and directly pressed down on Sangda. Sangda paused and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. What? You want to kill this old master? You take the first, I take the 15th. It's fair. Young people these days are so arrogant. Do you think you can kill this old master? Sangda was already full of anger. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai chattering and unwilling to let him go, he suddenly exploded. He was also a master at the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, so he didn't need to fear anyone in the Dao Source realm. If he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind fighting with Yang Kai to teach him a lesson. Old men these days are a little ignorant of the situation. They always think that age is an advantage and take advantage of it. How ridiculous. Yang Kai retorted. Boy, haven't you heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is? Do you really want to be an enemy of this old master? Sangda's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand to release Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi. Lu Yen was still riding the Heaven's Oyster White Tiger. His small body sat on top of it looking majestic. Come, 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 let this old man see the vitality of us young people. Yang Kai pointed at Sangda. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai thinking, Sister Hua is not young anymore. Since when did I have anything to do with the word young? What the hell? Sangda, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. He didn't see how Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi appeared at all. It was as if Yang Kai had just waved his hand and the two of them had mysteriously appeared. Could it be that these two have been hiding their tracks and following behind? But why didn't I notice them at all? After releasing his divine sense, Sangda's heart sank. He found that whether it was the little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old or the beautiful woman, they both had the cultivation of the third order Dao Source realm. What's more, the white tiger that the little girl was riding exuded a strange aura that made him feel extremely dangerous. Master, should we kill them or keep them alive? Lu Yen suddenly asked faintly. Kill them. Yang Kai snorted. Sangda didn't even know where the exit was, so what was the point of keeping him alive? Wait. Sangda was alarmed and hurriedly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had already surrounded him from both sides. Seeing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to stay in place. He turned around and rushed out. The white tiger opened its mouth and a pure white energy beam rushed out. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brushed past Sangda's body and hit the air. Sangda was scared out of his wits. Although the attack just now didn't hurt him, he felt the traces of the Emperor Realm's attack. That white tiger is actually from the Emperor Realm? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The three of them chased and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the Sea King shuttle. Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Peng Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Peng Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Peng Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, Source Chi surged out from his hand and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow. Chapter 2397. Bing Long's guess at that time was correct. Ancestral founder Bing Yun did not fall, but instead left that world and went to a wider sky. Now she was standing in front of Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley could be considered Su Yan's sect, and Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, so after understanding the other party's origins, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of closeness to Bing Yun, and he was less restrained and cautious. Although Bing Yun's expression was still cold, there was a layer of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. Even for her, meeting someone from Homestar's territory in this place was an extremely rare experience. "Sit down, this queen has a lot to ask you," Bing Yun pointed to a chair next to her. "Yes." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked over to sit down obediently. Over the next hour, Bing Yun asked Yang Kai a lot about Scarlet Wavestar and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai naturally told her everything he knew, including his relationship with Su Yan and what he had encountered in Ice Heart Valley. After Bing Yun listened, she was silent for a long time. After all, she was the founder of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wavestar. Although she had come to the star boundary a long time ago and had not returned for tens of thousands of years, the feelings in her heart had not been cut off with time and distance. After hearing that Ice Heart Valley only had one first-order origin king, Bing Yun couldn't help but sigh. When she was in Ice Heart Valley was the overlord of Scarlet Wavestar. Even in the entire Heng Luo star field, it was a famous existence with endless masters. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The sect had fallen to such a state. It was inevitable that she felt sad. However, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master after all, and her state of mind was extraordinary. She knew that there was no everlasting sect or force in this world. She had left for tens of thousands of years, but Ice Heart Valley's inheritance could still be considered the result of the efforts of the younger generation. "Senior, how did you leave Homestar's territory and come here?" Yang Kai saw her expression was a little lonely. He quickly changed the topic. Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "It was just a coincidence. This queen entered a mystic realm, and when I came out, I was already in the astral boundary. What about you?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "My friends and I borrowed the Star Emperor tokens left behind by the great emperors of the star field to forcefully open the passage." "Star field's great emperors?" Bing Yun frowned slightly. She looked very pretty. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew that when she left, there were no great emperors of Star Field. He immediately explained. After listening, Bing Yun nodded and said, "I didn't expect that such a small place could attract a powerful person. However, I have never heard of the Yang inflammation you mentioned. I don't know where she is right now or what her identity is." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After he came to the astral boundary, he didn't deliberately inquire about the Yang inflammation. However, he had never heard of the great emperors of the Yang inflammation. At the very least, there weren't any of the 10 great emperors. Thinking of the Yang inflammation, Yang Kai thought of the little girl Lin Yun-er. When Yang inflammation left Shadowed Star, he took Lin Yun-er with him. He didn't know how the little girl was doing after so many years. Back then she was still a silly little girl. After so many years, she should have become a slender and elegant girl, right? "If fate wills it, we will meet again," Bing Yun said softly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Fate was an extremely mysterious thing. It was hard to explain. If fate didn't exist, even if one begged hard, it would be useless. If fate willed it, the world would become close. He curled up in the secret compartment and directly used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Pung. The secret compartment was closed again. Bing Yun sat cross-legged on the secret compartment again, motionless. She circulated her strength slightly and isolated the place where Yang Kai was. Originally, she was afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high enough and his concealment technique wasn't good enough, which would expose his aura. However, after some investigation, she found that Yang Kai had become illusory, as if he had been exiled to another space. Even her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of Yang Kai. Only then did she feel relieved, knowing that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Just as she finished doing all this, a figure flashed in the loft. A person appeared there strangely with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists to Bing Yun and said politely, "Little sister Bing Yun, it's been 3 months since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. This one is very pleased." Below the secret compartment, Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He was extremely shocked. He didn't know who this person was, but this person was so arrogant that he directly called Bing Yun little sister. This wasn't something that could be described as daring. There was only one person in the entire Clear Sky Island who was qualified to call Bing Yun this way. Clear Sky Island Master Chi-Ri. When he realized that the person who spoke was actually the Clear Sky Island Master, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He also understood why Bing Yun was acting like she was facing a great enemy. But why did Chi-Ri come to Ice Heart Pavilion? What kind of grievances did these two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters have? Why did Bing Yun immediately hide herself in the secret compartment under her seat when she sensed his arrival? Yang Kai was confused. He only knew that Bing Yun was extremely afraid of this Chi-Ri. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Bing Yun's faint voice came from outside. Chi-Ri, do you still want to try? Chi-Ri laughed and said, life on this island is boring. Only little sister Bing Yun is worthy of this king's attention. Since little sister has given me a test, Chi-Ri naturally wants to complete it. The sooner I win the beauty, the better I can be with little sister. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but twitch. He vaguely knew what Chi-Ri wanted to do here. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that he was interested in Bing Yun. However, this wasn't surprising. In the entire Clear Sky Island, only Bing Yun could stand on equal footing with Chi-Ri. Moreover, Bing Yun wasn't ugly. On the contrary, she was pure, flawless, and extremely beautiful. Even a master like Chi-Ri couldn't help but be moved. However, Bing Yun seemed to have some kind of test that Chi-Ri hadn't completed yet. He couldn't capture Bing Yun's heart. However, according to Yang Kai, even if Chi-Ri really completed the test, Bing Yun might not be willing to marry him. Bing Yun had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, she must have met countless amazing men. If she really wanted to marry a man, she would have done so long ago. How could she wait for the Clear Sky Island Lord to do so? Yang Kai knew that many of Ice Heart Valley's secret arts required one to remain a virgin. They couldn't be too intimate with men. Since Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, many of her secret arts must be like this. This Clear Sky Island Lord could only be said to be impulsive. Even Yang Kai could feel Bing Yun's indifference and rejection. He didn't believe that Chi-Ri couldn't feel it. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, since that's the case, then come. After saying this, the outside suddenly fell into silence. Yang Kai didn't dare to use his divine sense. It's not convenient to take it out here, but the Sea King shuttle is indeed in my hands. Is this the will of the heavens? Bing Yun murmured. If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could she and Yang Kai, two people who both came from Hengluo Star Field, meet here? If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could Yang Kai obtain the Sea King shuttle at such a critical moment? Originally, she was just happy to meet someone from her hometown here. Moreover, Yang Kai gave her a good impression. If he wasn't a man, Bing Yun even wanted to take him into Ice Heart Valley. But now Yang Kai gave her an even bigger surprise. Even someone as indifferent as Bing Yun couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the Sea King shuttle, why would she need to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? She could take the Sea King shuttle to the exit. It was much safer than flying. Originally, she was worried about how to take her disciples away, but now, all of this was no longer a problem. Sangda's master suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. This queen and Chi-Ri have inquired many times, but we haven't found any clues. We all thought that he had fallen, but we didn't expect that he was hiding outside and secretly refining the Sea King shuttle. Unfortunately, in the end, he still made a wedding dress for someone else. Bing Yun sighed. She also knew why Sangda's master hid outside. Obviously, he was afraid that Chi-Ri would capture him and force him to refine the Sea King shuttle. Although he did need to refine it, doing it willingly and being forced were two different things. The reason why Ice Heart Pavilion collected so many materials was because Bing Yun wanted to train a senior alchemist to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for her. Over the years, she had spent a lot of money to collect herbs, but unfortunately, none of the alchemists she recruited met her requirements. In the end, Yang Kai came. Bing Yun wanted to stake everything on Yang Kai and let him refine the spirit pill regardless of success or failure. Now it seemed that there was no need. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, I came to Ice Heart Pavilion to ask Senior about the location of the exit, but Junior didn't dare to tell you before because of Senior's strength. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, it's natural for you to be careful. Don't mind it. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm. If he wanted to cooperate with her, he naturally had to be careful. I have the Sea King shuttle, and Senior knows the location of the exit. Now that everything is ready, we can set off at any time, Yang Kai said excitedly. He didn't expect this happiness to come so suddenly. Originally, he planned to take it slowly, but after learning about Bing Yun's true origin, he no longer had any concerns. Even so, it won't be easy to leave, Bing Yun said with a frown. Why do you say that? Yang Kai was stunned. If I leave Clear Sky Island, Chi-Ri will definitely sense my presence. If I really end up falling out with him? Bing Yun's face was filled with worry. If she really fought with Chi-Ri, she wasn't confident that she could escape unscathed. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, you said that the reason why you are not Chi-Ri's opponent now is because your cultivation has declined more than his? That's right. If we are both at our peak, I will be on par with him. Yang Kai smiled and said, what if I have a way to restore Senior to your peak in a short time? Bing Yun was shaken when she heard this and said, what method do you have? If I want to recover, I will need to consume a lot of resources. With your ability. Senior, take a look at this, Yang Kai said as he took out an space ring and threw it to Bing Yun. Bing Yun caught it suspiciously and scanned it with her divine sense.